We're going to get our national anthem started off, so if you'll please stand if you are able. Gentlemen, please remove your hats as we have the playing of our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your River City Speedway, the most fun you've had in the dirt since you were a kid. Got a huge program set for you tonight. My name is Thunder. I'm going to pass it off to my co-host Jack for the lineup. What do we have this week?
What's going on, River City Speedway? Oh, we got an excited crowd with us here, Thunder. Hey, guys, thank you so much for making some noise for us. We got some great racing coming up for you guys tonight. We have our tuners, the 4-cylinders, the tracers, the pure stocks, the street stocks with extra bonus pay, and of course the any division grudge match.
A grudge match special thing. This is first time doing it. We put out an open challenge. Says anyone you can get in, $25, put your car in. We're going to race them all together. Fastest one comes out with $250 that was put up by Trenholm Cattle Company, and any extra that was put in by the racer's entry. Before we get started, I want to go over a couple things real quick. First, ear protection. It is loud. It is going to stay loud, and make sure to protect your ears. Even up in the booth, I wear ear protection. I haven't put them in yet, but you know. So please make sure to stop and grab some ear protection if you don't have it already. Sorry, someone's filming me. No smoking in the grandstands, please. You are welcome to smoke or vape. If you do so, please do so behind the grandstands. Make sure this fence, great leaning place. Please do not do that. This fence is here just as an extra double caution safety, because with motorsports, you never know what's going to happen, so please stay at the grandstands. Also tonight, we have our silent auction. We have a race car, or not race car, but a Dodge Neon that's gutted, ready to be turned into a race car. So I have a silent auction going throughout the night. If you want to take part, come up to the announce tower. We're going to take the last 4 of your number and number that you're willing to pay. Payment will be due in about 48 hours. I believe the current is at $300. So, I don't know. You guys ready to go racing?
Oh, guys, where's the energy that you gave me? I don't know if you heard my co-host down there, but he asked a very simple question, and the question was this: are you ready to go racing? There we go. There's the energy. That's what we want to hear.
And Justin Paul Scrap Hauling has added to the Pure Stock purse $50. We get started with Pure Stock action in just a sec. We're going to roll in a little bit of moisture we put down. Currently on track, we have the number 35, Lynette Phillips, the 57, Tom Zawicki, the 51, Alex Smith, the 61, Red Smith, the 88. I have the name up there. The number 2, Clint Petty.
And folks, we are beginning with our heat races. These races will decide the order for your main event. So yes, where these drivers finish in these races is important indeed.
And speaking of heat, make sure you're drinking plenty of water. It is hot. It's going to be hot. Make sure to stay hydrated. Among any other beverages that you may consume, make sure water is at least 3 of them.
And as a reminder, in case you've forgotten, your lineup for this heat: the 35 of Lynette Phillips, the 57 of Mike Zawicki, the 61 of Red Smith, the 51 of Alex Smith, the 2 of Martin Reed, and of course, last but certainly not least, the 88 of Greg Brumberg.
Sorry, correction, that's 2 of Clint Petty. You're looking at your sportsman, sir. And green flag is out. We are racing at River City Speedway. Lynette Phillips off to an early lead, showed why she's last year's points champion.
Some bumbling and jumbling going on at the back. Once again, a considerable amount of smoke pouring out the back of the 51.
That looks like it might just be tire rub or the engine's running rich. We'll see how the night plays out, and that might tell us exactly what's wrong.
Of course, those of you who are familiar with River City Speedway know that Lynette Phillips and the 35 are a force to be reckoned with on this track, and they are showing that right now. The 61 getting a bit squirrely in turn number 1, but nevertheless, they've recovered nicely. The 51 deploying a tactical smoke screen as it comes down the front straightaway. Some bumper-to-bumper action between the 51 and the 2, as the 2 tries to get past on the inside, and will do exactly that. A great overtake from the number 2 of Clint Petty.
Fun fact, 51 driver made his way all the way from Boise, Idaho, if I'm not mistaken, to come out and be here at River City Speedway. Alex Smith having troubles getting around Red Smith as he pulls to the back. Huge white plume of vapors coming out of the back.
Mike Zawicki of the 57 looking very aggressive indeed, trying to get past the 35 of Lynette Phillips. The white flag is out, folks. They have 1 lap left to go. As mentioned, the finishing order of this race will determine the lineup for the main event, so this is important.
Tom Zawicki was 22 points championship. But meanwhile, checkered flag is out. Doesn't matter. 35. Lynette Phillips is your winner. Followed by Tom Zawicki, Clint Petty, Red Smith, Alex Smith, and it looks like a DNF for the 88, Greg Brumbaugh. And it looks like Red Smith was not happy with the placement of that tire. We're going to get our next group of cars up on track right now. Got 4 cylinders on track. Your current lineup: the 12 of Jason Scheibel, the 3C Daryl Colts, the 10P Brandon Potter, the 3 of
Joseph Simmet.
Thank you. The 19 of Sam Simmet, the 08 of Riley Conroy, and the 4G Brad Gentry. And lights are out. We're going to go green flag racing this time by the flag stand. My mistake, wanted to go right now. Words of Bobby V, lights out, green, next time by.
Seven cars in this heat race. Again, the finishing order of this heat will determine the start order for the main event, so it is still important despite being a heat race. Nevertheless, folks, the green flag is out and racing is underway here at River City Speedway. Your 4 cylinders are 3 wide as they make their way down the front straight.
Scheibel currently holding the lead off of Potter. Got Sam Simmet. Ends up in the bumper of Conroy. Conroy in a brand new car. Built, not bought.
Indeed, Riley Conroy in the 08, as mentioned, is a brand new car. This is the first time it's ever been on a track, and I know he's looking to make a statement with it.
Also a fairly new driver. I believe started driving this year. I could be wrong about that. Scheibel.
Nevertheless, the 12 of Jason Scheibel remains your leader after grabbing it early on and has been able to fend off the number 10P of Ryan Potter. Brandon Potter.
Scheibel starting out front gives a huge advantage. Meanwhile, Sam Simmett's looking to make a move on the outside, trying to get to third. Right on the outside of Riley Conroy.
Some door-to-door action, it looks like, between the 08 and the 19. Rubbing is racing, as they say.
Good thing 08 has those little rub rails on it.
Yeah, those rub rails already coming in handy.
Sam Simmet now securing third, going to look towards second as we have 2 laps left to go now.
Once again, the 12 of Jason Scheibel holding on to the lead. Looks like the number 19 of Sam Simmet making a move on the 10 on the outside. They are 3 wide coming out of turn number 4.
3C Daryl Coles had to pull off the track. Doesn't matter though. White flag is out one more time around the track. Potter outside. Scheibel inside on the front row. Potter gets a little bit loose. Conroy's looking to the inside. It's about to be 3 wide. Scheibel's holding that inside though.
Oh my!
Got a couple cars tangled. Doesn't matter again. Checkered flag. It's Brandon Potter. Followed by Jason Scheibel, Sam Simmet. Riley Conroy, Brad Gentry, and Joseph Simmons.
What a spectacular race, especially at the end there. They were really going for it. Nevertheless, the 10P of Brandon Potter was able to seize the opportunity and grab the win in this heat race. Meanwhile, the 08 of Riley Conroy looking like it's got some problems.
Yes.
Not entirely sure what might be going on there.
Looks like there's fluid on the track was coming out of him, so we wanted to get him stopped so we don't leave a trail any further. Yeah, it looks like just water might be coming out of the radiator from what I've heard.
Radiator problems, definitely something that needs to be sorted out by that crew if they want to continue racing tonight. Anyways, folks, your next class that will be coming onto the track in just a moment will be your tracers. I believe we've got 2 tracers with us tonight. And those 2 are the 17 of Jamison Epping and the 77 of Riley Kelsey. They will be coming onto the track once this fluid has been dried out. Once again, folks, safety is a top priority here at River City Speedway.
Correction, we have another 4-cylinder heat race coming before our tracers. Oh, a silent bid. That current high is at $300. If you want to take home a freshly gutted Dodge Neon that's ready for cage and ready to be raced, make sure to come up here, give us the last 4 of your number, your bid, and stick around to the end, and that car could be yours.
As if you're sitting here watching this thinking, man, I'd like to do that, but I just don't have a car. We do have a car available, but it is an auction.
Try to make sure that water that got left behind is pushed back down into the track. Again, we're just about to get back to 4-cylinder racing action with heat number 2. We're going to pull off that water truck. All right, four-cylinder heat race number 2 coming up. Your lineup, the number 8, Derek Vorseth, the 41, Austin Bodwin, the 8X of TJ Jackson, the 4X, Dan Bodwin, the 02, Tiffany Berg, and the number 43 car. '43, Sam Richardson, sorry. Green flag is out and we are underway.
'41 of Austin Bodwin seizing the opportunity to take the early lead. With the 8 and the 4X door to door on his tail.
And sometimes it's hard to know exactly who's beside you. 8 gets loose for a second, stays good.
Now the 8 and the 8X are side by side. The 8 of Derek Forsyth and the 8X of TJ Jackson dueling it out for third place right now. But TJ is going to get the overtake, moving that 8X car up to third place. Meanwhile, back up at the front of the pack, still holding on to that lead is the 41 of Austin Bodwin and the 4X of Dan Bodwin.
Father-son duo, son in front.
Indeed, it's a family affair up front.
Bodwin's racing family call themselves the Redneck Race Club.
'43 of Sam Richardson really struggling out there, way behind the rest of the pack.
Yeah, she's new to racing though, so I don't really blame her. Opted to start at the back this evening. Austin Bodwin still holding on to that lead. White flag out in the air. One more time around the track for our 4 cylinders. Austin Bodwin on the lead. And checkered flag is in the air. Your race winner, number 41, Austin Bodwin.
Austin doing a great job out there in the 41, taking the checkered flag in this 4-cylinder heat race. And the 4X of Dan Bodwin graciously taking second. And then the 8X of TJ Jackson in third. So another great race for you folks.
Right, next up, if I'm not mistaken, should be our tracers. Yep, tracers on track. '77 is Riley Kelsey. 17 is Jamison Epping.
Saw these two out here last week, had one heck of a shunt in turn number 1. They were hoping to not do that again this week. Anyway, green flag is out.
And these tracers, less of racing, more of just getting experience going fast in a race car. Riley Kelsey in one of those Bodwin built cars, that number 77. And these front wheel drive cars, sometimes the weight will shift, taking that left rear up a little bit. So you'll see that throughout the 4 cylinders and tuners, and as well as tracers. You can see 77 Pulling up that left rear every once in a while. '17 a little bit loose, keeps it going. And right rear broken on the 17 car. Yeah, that's not the direction that tire is supposed to face.
Looks like that might have just been a parts failure. I don't recall them hitting anything.
I was also looking in the other direction, to be fair. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Skip over that right rear. It's not meant to hold down a car that might be sliding, so understandably it might happen. You see the fair share of cars roll the bead off.
Nevertheless, the 17 pulled off into the center of the track. So Riley Kelsey in the 77 is able to continue getting loose in turn number 2. Last week, turn number 2 gave Riley a lot of fits, and it looks like it will be the same story this weekend.
And Riley Kelsey making more laps. There's 2 more laps left for Riley Kelsey. I run him around all 8 laps. And there's the white flag one more time around the track. Riley Kelsey. And sideways, backwards, and around. Riley Kelsey keeps it going.
For a change of pace, Riley decided to go off in turn number 1 rather than turn number 2.
Either way, checker flag is out. And Riley Kelsey's laps are done for now.
So we will see Riley Kelsey in the 77 back a little later, and hopefully the 17 will be able to join him.
Just discussing the situation with the number 17 car, whether we're going to hook them right now or not. Looks like we're going to wait till after these races. Tuners up on track right now. O-Car is Bad Bob Berg. The 01, Casey Lee. The 18, Jacob Hilsinger. This is your tuner heat race number 1.
So only 3 cars in this heat race by the looks of things.
So we try to split up 2 heat races. I believe each class is getting 2. And green flag is up in the air. We are underway.
Bad Bob Berg getting into some trouble trying to get past Riley Kelsey and...
Casey Lee.
Excuse me, Casey Lee. And simply got in his way. pushing Bob and the O car into one of those yellow tires. So it sounds like the 01 car of Riley Kelsey was blamed Casey Lee. Casey Lee of the 01 is at fault for that caution. So, per the rules here at River City Speedway, he will start at the back of the pack.
All right, lineup is set. Complete restart. The O car, Bad Bob Berg, will start on pole with the 18 of Hilsinger outside. And the 01, Casey Lee, will be out the back.
Now, and we are back underway at River City Speedway. The 18 of Jacob Hilsinger looking to overtake Bob in the 01 on the outside and succeeds in doing so.
The 18 got a main event win on the first week.
Indeed, Jacob Hilsinger looking more and more confident in that car week after week, and this is the fastest I've ever seen him, Thunder.
Absolutely, he is rocking that car right now.
Bad Bob Bergen, the 01's got his work cut out for him. As Jacob Hilsinger, the surprise story, if you will, has got a fairly large lead in this heat race. Once again, Jacob Hilsinger, the driver of that neon orange 18, who did win a Tuners main event a couple of weeks ago here, looking to do it again here tonight and proving that he's more than capable, as he absolutely flies around this track.
See, 01, Casey Lee having the same issues he had, or the same situation, pulling that left rear up. He said that's been due to his setup. Has mixed feelings about it, though. Meanwhile, we got 2 laps left to go on Jacob Hilsinger.
Casey Lee currently piloting the 01 car, not his normal setup. Had to switch to that car after some issues arose with his normal 77. Regardless, the white flag is out one more time around for Jacob Hilsinger in the 18.
I wonder if Jacob knows just how much of a lead he has. He's driving like Bob's right on his tail. Meanwhile, checker flag out in the air. Your winner, the 18, Jacob Hilsinger, followed by Bob Berg in the O car and the 01, Casey Lee.
So a fairly easy win for somewhat of an underdog here tonight. Going to be interesting to see if Jacob can carry that momentum forward into the main event. Coming onto the track now for heat number 2 of our tuners. The 12 being driven by Dan McDonald. The 51C, that silver Nissan, being driven by Chico Brinster. And the 12V, the rookie here at River City Speedway, Nathan Long.
They call him 12 volt, hence the number.
That 12V used to be Casey Lee's old car, for those who are curious.
And green flag is up in the air. We are racing. Brinster off to an early lead, shuts the door on McDonald, or at least is trying to.
The Chico Brinson 51C wasting no time at all to overtake Dan McDonald in the 12. Now Dan McDonald has got some real work to do to try and catch up. Of course, in weeks past, oh my, some bumper-to-bumper action between the 51C and the 12. Chico Brinster pulling off into the center of the track.
Looks like 51C might have lost power or something. He's going to pull into or right to the safety box, away from the racing action. That'll practically give the win to the 12 car.
So Dan McDonald in the 12, I'm not sure if that move was tactical or accidental. Nevertheless, he is in the lead as a result of it.
And 51 back up. Looks like he's going to pull off track.
Past 2 weeks, we've been seeing issues with that 51C car. Clearly, whatever they are, they may not have been resolved still.
Yeah, 51C generally is either makes the top 2, top 3, or ends up with the DNF. But he's involved in that the grudge race later on.
So Dan McDonald is going to lap Nathan Long in the 12V.
And McDonald still holding on to the lead. 12-volt Long ended up a little bit loose. Might not have been familiar with the blue flag yet. Either way, just a lap and a half left to go for McDonald. And there's the white flag out in the air.
So assuming no mistakes are made, Dan McDonald has got a very easy path to victory here in this heat race.
And checkered flag is out and in the air. Your winner, the number 12 car, Dan McDonald. Followed by 12V of 12-volt Nathan Long.
And unfortunately, Chico Brinster in the 51C with yet another DNF. 3 weekends in a row here at River City Speedway. Clearly some major gremlins with that car. And whatever they are, they've yet to be resolved. Again, a bumper-to-bumper contact in turn number 2 between the 12 and the 51C caused the 51C to just shut off.
12V looks like he has some problems. He's smoking a little bit. Either way, the right side, it might just be the way the body is. The right rear looked like it might have been towed out a little bit. I think that could affect his handling. I believe next up is our street stock heat races. Street stock heat races, we're going to have the top 3 finishers move on from each heat race. They will go to do a redraw that'll set up the 6-car, the order of our 6-car scramble, the 6-car 6 laps, and that'll determine how the main event stacks up for the street stocks.
The street stocks are, of course, the main focus of tonight's competitions. Got a huge lineup of them out here this weekend, and we're very happy to have them here.
Yeah, well, street stocks are the highlight of the night. Can't count out the grudge race. I believe that's what it'll actually end up the night. That way everyone's races are over, and anyone who has a main before doesn't have to worry about it.
And while the track crew is busy making some adjustments to the course, wetting it down, I'd like to quickly remind you to please stay off of the chain link fence between the grandstands and the track, just as a reminder. And of course, drink lots of water. It's very hot out here, and we want everybody to stay hydrated. So please drink lots of water. And finally, please no smoking or vaping in the grandstands. If you need to do it, please go behind the grandstands and do it there. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Once again, we're going to get our street stock heat races underway momentarily. As soon as the track crew have cleared the course, we're going to bring them out.
We're just getting the track set a little bit. Trying to get a little more grip up top. All right, we're going to send him out.
Onto the track first is the 35 of Lynette Phillips, followed by the 04 of Joey Tardillo, the 9 of Brad Corpella. I believe that is the 7, that's the 7N of Andrew Olson, followed by the 41C of Cody Smith, the 10E of Chris Beard, and that will round out your street stock lineup for this first heat race. As they go and stage them, I want to first talk about Brad Corpella in the number 9, who is always a dominant force here at River City Speedway, has won multiple trophies here at this track this season alone. He's one to watch out for in this race. Also, another one to watch out for, the 04 of Joey Tardillo, looked very fast indeed during the hot laps. I expect a great performance out of him in that car here in this race. Another car to watch out for is the 35 of Lynette Phillips, also with multiple wins this season alone here at River City Speedway. So once again, the three cars, to pay attention to in this race: the 35 of Lynette Phillips, the 04 of Joey Tardillo, and the ever so dominant 9 of Brad Corpella.
Well, I agree that is quite the lineup of fast cars. I won't count out almost any of this field. The 7, Andrew Olson, got a brand new frame, brand new car to him, and it's been looking fast so far. The 41 of Cody Smith, 41C,
who also looked very good during hot laps, by the way.
Second generation racer. So him and his dad have been running wild, hitting up multiple tracks. You see one of the few Camaros out here. And then Chris Beard, still steady driver. As much as we have a very fast top 3, I wouldn't count out anyone in this race.
Should be a very, very competitive race indeed. We're getting them staged, folks.
I also love how Tardillo almost always runs with the hood off roadkill style. We're going to go 1 to go at the flag stand. We are racing next time by.
Once again, you'll line up the 35 of Lynette Phillips, the 7N of Andrew Olson, the 41C of Cody Smith, the 04 of Joey Tardillo, the 9 of Brad Corpella, and the 10E of Chris Beard.
And green flag is up in the air. We are racing.
And immediately, 35 of Lynette Phillips seizing the opportunity of being placed on pole to jump into that number 1 spot. However, hard on her heels is the 7N and the 04. Oh my, some jumbling in turn number 4, and the 04 is going to capitalize. However, the caution flies because a tire was hit and is now in the track. We simply have to stop and get that readjusted before we can continue.
Yeah, if there's anything on the race surface, we make sure to clear it as soon as possible for safety's sake. So that'll bring us to a complete restart.
Because no laps were completed before a caution flew, we're going for a total restart, which means we're going to...
If I'm mistaken, we did have one lap down before the caution was thrown. So we have them on a California restart. One of the few good things to come from California, puts the leader out front on their own. It's Joey Tardio in the 04. Second place of Lynette Phillips gets to choose high or low. She chooses low. Andrew Olson in 7 goes high. 7, or the number 9 car goes inside. 41C outside. 10E on the technically inside. And green flag is out. Joey starts at the end of the box.
Joey Tardio in the 04 with the early lead, followed closely in second by the 7N of Andrew Olson. Lynette Phillips in the 35 in third, and Brad Corpella in the 9 and fourth.
And Olson, fantastic driver, new car to him.
'04 going a little wide coming out of turn number 4, helping the 7N of Andrew Olson to catch up. The 10E is pulling off the track, so some difficulties with that car that will result in a DNF for Chris Beard.
Meanwhile, Tardio is still holding on to that top spot after gaining it. Turn number 4 on lap number 1. Just over halfway down as we get to 5 laps.
The 9 of the Brad Corpella and the 35 of Lynette Phillips, we're used to seeing them being the ones in the lead here on this track, are now being taken to school by Joey Tardio and Andrew Olson, respectively.
Tardio a force to reckon with wherever he goes. And Olson always consistent. Though also the fact this track looks a little bit rough, that could change how some people drive. White flag up in the air. One more time around the track for Tardio. Corpella's looking inside. Going to try and pass Tardio. Gets a little bit loose. Keeps it going though.
Brad Corpella's making a move for the second place spot, but it doesn't look like he will. Oh, maybe he will. Nope, he will not get there. So your winner in the 04, Joey Tardio. In second place, the 7N of Andrew Olson. In third place, the number 9 of Brad Corpella.
Fourth will go to Lynette Phillips, and fifth to Cody Smith. We're going to throw a little more water on the track real quick. Keep the dust down, hope to get another high line. All right, laying a quick layer of water down. We'll get that second heat race coming on track in just a sec. All right, more street stocks on track right now. That 43 is
Chris Pearson.
Yep. 07D, Dan Smith. 51N.
Scott Wells in the 51N. The number 7W of Chris West and the 13K of Terry King. Terry King in the 13K, a familiar face here at River City Speedway. However, the 43 of Chris Pearson, the 07D of Dan Smith, the 51N of Scott Wells, and the 7W, a bit more uncommon to the River City Speedway scene. Nevertheless, they are here as street stocks are the main focus of tonight's event, so we were able to get a very impressive lineup indeed. Again, this is heat race number 2, getting ready to kick off for our street stocks class, which for tonight are the main focus, the main attraction, if you will. Cars to keep an eye on. The 07D of Dan Smith looked very fast and consistent indeed during the hot laps. Also, the 7W sporting a 4-leaf clover, hoping that that brings them some extra luck here in this heat race. Also going to be interesting to see what the 13K of Terry King, who has stopped on the front straight and is back underway again. Looks like Terry King was simply passing on some information. Our track crew is going over to corner 2 to check something out. Looks like some parts of some kind on the track. They're not sure if that's mechanical or cosmetic. Nevertheless, huge shout out to Terry King of the 13K for reporting that. And of course the track team for getting on it swiftly. Once again, folks, as a reminder, your current lineup for this heat race: in front is the 43 of Chris Pearson. Followed behind is the 07D of Dan Smith, the 51N of Scott Wells, the 7W of Chris West, and of course the 13K of Terry King. Track team is out there making sure that the course is clear, no pun intended. And once the track team have decided that it is safe to race, we will stage up all 5 of our competitors and fly the green.
Are we get them all doubled up and ready to go? One to go at the flag stand. That's a sign on the track. We are go racing next time by.
Now, folks, we're going green next time by. This time by, I should say. Green flag is out, and we are underway here at River City Speedway. The 07D of Dan Smith seizing the opportunity to take the early lead. In second place, the 43 of Chris Pearson, followed by the 51N of Scott Wells, with the 13K and the 7W looking to make a move. Except they won't be, because the caution has flown.
Yeah, we're going for... They're looking like a bad start, jump start. Initial starts are always on the flag or is green, so if the drivers start going before then, we call it a bad start, and we're going to try that again.
So once again, we're going to restage our competitors, and they will go green next time by. Your current lineup, the 43 of Chris Pearson on the inside, the 07D of Dan Smith on the outside, the 51N of Scott Wells on the inside, the 13K Terry King on the outside, and the 7W of Chris West on the inside.
Green flag is in the air. We are underway. Pearson and Smith, your front two. Camaro's holding off the Monte Carlos.
So Chris Pearson with the early lead, and at the back it's a battle between 13K, 51N, and the 7W. Oh my, the 43 going way too wide in turn number 2, and now they have dropped to last place as a result. So a stunning turn of developments here in lap number 2. So the 07D will capitalize by taking the lead, and a large one at that. Meanwhile, the 13K of Terry King moved up to second, and the 51N of Scott Wells in third, with the 7W looking to get past on the outside. Now taking the inside, they are door to door as they come down the front straightaway. 51N trying to hold off the 7W. It is intense. Door-to-door, bumper-to-bumper action in the middle of the pack right now, folks.
And West will take over that third position. Now looking towards second. West has a good track record here.
Now the 7W and 13K are door-to-door. Again, the 7W of Chris West has succeeded in making the overtake. That lucky charm on the side of their car clearly helping them out in this race. Now Chris West is going to mount a charge on the leader, the 07D of Dan Smith, and he is gaining ground.
Change of position for third as Scott Wells gets past Terry King. Not by much, though. They're side by side in turn number 3. 2 more laps to go. Dan Smith, your current leader. Wells holding on to third now. Third is that bubble position, the last position that gets into the scramble.
13K getting a little squirrely in turn number 2. The white flag is out for the 07D. However, the 7W of Chris West has closed the gap. It's going to come down to this final lap, folks. The 7W looking to make a move, potentially on the inside, bumper to bumper. You better watch the finish. It's going to be a close one.
Checkered flag is out. Your winner, the 07D of Dan Smith, followed by the 7W Chris West, 51N Scott Wells, the 53 Chris Pearson, the 13K Terry King.
Woo, buddy, now that's what I call racing. That was a fight all the way to the finish. A phenomenal display of racing from all of these competitors.
There's a front right flat on that number 13K. Must have rolled the bead or something.
Arguably, that was the most intense race of the night so far.
Next up, Stephen Capter's going to make a couple laps in his modified. That's one of the things he has. He entered into the grudge race.
Indeed, so our grudge match that we're having later on will feature this 90 modified, the only modified that's here this weekend. Once again, that's being piloted by Stephen Capter.
Wait, Capter's company, Trenholm Cattle Company, put up that winning purse, that $250 for the win on the grudge race. Flag out. One more lap.
So Stephen Captor is going to finish, but looks like with some sort of mechanical issue. So it will be a rather underwhelming finish. Nevertheless, him and his team have got some time to get that car fixed for the grudge match race happening later on tonight.
Yeah, grudge race will be the last race of the night. That way anyone with their car in the races will be able to get through the races first. All right, next up, trophy dashes. 4 cars, 4 laps, 1 trophy. Her lineup, the number 61, Red Smith, the 35, Lynette Phillips, 57, Tom Zawicki. It looks like there was a mechanical problem for the 2 of Clint Petty, and he will not be joining the field.
Again, these are your pure stocks. Your pure stocks. Trophy dash. Pure stocks trophy dash.
And green flag is up in the air. We are racing. It's like Smith might have had problems on that start as Lynette Phillips get the jump.
Lynette Phillips in the 35 with an early lead and a large one at that. At the back, it's a battle between the 57 of Tom Zawicki and the 61 of Red Smith. Lynette Phillips, Miss Consistency herself, I call her. When it comes to dirt track racing, consistency is the name of the game. White flag is out for Lynette Phillips. One more time around, and the Trophy Dash victory will be hers. Lynette Phillips with multiple Trophy Dash victories in the Pure Stocks class this season. And she is going to grab another one as the checkered flies. Your winner of the Pure Stocks Trophy Dash, Lynette Phillips, followed in second place by the 57 of Tom Zawicki and the 61 of Red Smith.
And invert dice has been rolled. It is going to be a full field invert. Four-cylinder Trophy Dash out on track right now. 12 cars, Jason Scheibel, 4X, Dan Bodwin, the 10P, Brandon Potter, the 41 of Austin Bodwin.
So once again, your second Trophy Dash race for the 4 cylinders. 4 laps, 4 cars, as well as a trophy and some bragging rights on the line.
And green flag is in the air. We are Trophy Dash racing.
Jason Scheibel in the 12 looking to get the early lead. However, the 4X of Dan Bodwin also trying to do the same thing. They are side by side, and Dan Bodwin is going to get the lead indeed.
It's like Scheibel might have had some sort of issue causing him to drop back. Brandon Potter going to try to get around the 12. But he's got to go on that less preferred high line.
Austin Bodwin in the 41 in second place. So it's a family affair once again at the front of the pack. The Bodwin's very competitive in the 4-cylinder class, and tonight is no different.
White flag out on the track right now. One more time around the flag stand. One more time to the flag stand around the track.
So unless any mistakes are made, this race is Dan Bodwin's.
We'll see. Checkered flag in the air. Your trophy dash winner, the number 4X, Dan Bodwin.
Followed in second place by the 41 of Austin Bodwin. The 10P of Brandon Potter in third. And the 12 of Jason Scheibel rounding out the field. Is your Tuners Trophy Dash. Up front, the 0 driven by Bad Bob Berg himself, the 12 of Dan McDonald, and the 18 of Jacob Hilsinger. Jacob Hilsinger in that neon orange 18 looked very, very fast indeed during our heat races. He's hoping to capitalize on that and take home the Trophy Dash win here.
Yeah, we know he's got the car. Will he be able to keep his momentum coming out of the heat? Because, again, the mood for every previous race does affect the mentality that you bring to your next one. So if you had a great race, you're probably coming off hot and happy.
Indeed, Jacob Hilsinger probably full of confidence right now. Meanwhile, Bad Bob Berg and Dan McDonald have got some work to do if they want to fend off that number 18.
Yeah, if you finish first, you're either hot, heavy, ready, and full of confidence, or you are nervous as ever to keep up your momentum. Either way, 1 to go, sign on the track. We are racing next time. Bye.
All of these guys are truly great racers. Any one of them can win this. So I imagine this Trophy Dash is going to be a hard-fought battle all the way to the end.
And green is in the air. We are underway.
Bad Bob Berg in the O car is going to take the early lead, with Dan McDonald looking to fend off Jacob Hilsinger. And Jacob Hilsinger in the 18, obviously with some work to do if he wants to get up front. We are 1 lap down, and Dan McDonald in the 12 is making a move on the O of Bad Bob Berg. However, Bob holds on to the lead, only just though. Dan McDonald seems determined to get past at all costs.
2 laps down, 2 to go. Bob Berg up in his familiar spot in the lead. White flag out one more time around the track. Will Bad Bob Berg be able to hold off Dan McDonald? Dan might be getting impatient. Looks like he's all over the back bumper.
Jacob Hilsinger hanging in there, but it just won't be enough, I'm afraid.
Checkered flag is in the air. Your Trophy Dash winner, the old car, Bad Bob Berg.
Coming up next is going to be your Sportsman's Scramble.
Street Stock Scramble.
Street Stock Scramble. I'm going to get it one day.
We have enough sportsmen race between the two. It's okay. Either way, there'll be 6 cars, 6 laps. They had a redraw to see who started where, and the outcome of this will determine the startup for the main event.
Indeed, so there are 2 prizes on the line with this race. Not only is there a trophy and bragging rights, this will also determine the starting position of the main event. So, a lot is at stake here.
Again, and every spot will matter because unlike a trophy dash where only really first place matters, this scramble, every place will change where you start in the main event. And this is the top 3 from each heat race put together. 6 cars, 6 laps. We'll just wait until we have everyone staged and ready before we can get our cars on track.
Building up anticipation.
Well, I'm officially anticipated, so wait, that's not how you word that.
Oh, I'm very anticipated. We're all anticipated here at River City Speedway.
Trying to think of what the correct word is.
The crowd is on the edge of its seats, and so are we because we're standing.
I don't have my seat's in front of me right now.
So you're behind your seat.
I am behind my seat. So I was in front of my seat, I'd be under my desk, and I couldn't see very well from there.
No, probably not.
Anyway, if you want to catch up with all things River City Speedway, make sure to check out our Facebook or our TikTok. Look up River City Speedway. It's the first to pop up. If you're not quite a social media person, but you're willing to browse the World Wide Web, look up river-city-speedway.com. Between those 3 places, you can find out everything happening River City Speedway, when we're racing, who is racing, and if there's anything special coming up. Your next race is July 27th. Modified sportsmen with an increased purse, pure stock, tuners, 4-cylinders, and tracers. It's a great night of racing. All set for July 27th. 2 weeks.
So once again, if you're enjoying the action you were seeing here tonight at River City Speedway, we will be back with more of this action on July 27th. In 2 weeks' time, be sure to come out, hang out, watch some incredible racing. It's going to be a great time. Hope to see all of you here for our next race happening on July 27th.
Straight stock scramble out on track right now. Your lineup, the 7N of Andrew Olson, the 07D of Dan Smith.
9 of Brad Corpella, the 51N of Scott Wells.
And then the 7W, Chris West. And finally, the 04, Joey Tardio.
Six laps, 6 cars. A trophy and a starting order are on the line here, folks.
One to go, sign on the track. We are racing next time by. Green flags in the air. The scramble is underway. Wilson off with the early lead in the whole shot. Corpella sliding right to second.
Brad Corpella clearly got that car and the track dialed in. He's looking as competitive as ever as he normally is here at River City Speedway. Meanwhile, the 07D and the 04 battling it out for third place.
04 popping up a couple spots from the start. Brad Corpella, though, number 9 in the lead, is last year's straight stock champion. So he really has to set the bar. It looks like Declan might be coming off on the 51. Guess that'll be a spoiler for him, maybe.
07D getting very squirrely coming out of turn number 4, but was able to recover. They are all over the place at the back of the pack. The 04 and the 7N now battling each other for second place.
Meanwhile, Brad Corpella has his lead out a straightaway ahead as Tardio gets past Olsen. White flag is out. One more time around the track. Brad Corpella, your leader. Tardio second. Checkered flag is in the air. Your winner, the number 9, Brad Corpella. Followed by the 04, Joey Tardio, the 7N, Andrew Olson, the 7W, Chris West, the 51N of Scott Wells, and the 07D of Dan Smith.
Starting to wonder if we will ever see the day when Brad Corpella doesn't win a race.
We're going to have a brief trophy presentation, which will be succeeded by an intermission.
Folks, I'm down here by turn number 4, the exit of turn number 4, with the winner of the Pure Stocks Trophy Dash, none other than Miss Consistency herself, Lynette Phillips. I don't call you Miss Consistency for nothing, because that is exactly what you are here on this track. It doesn't matter what the conditions are. It can be dry, it can be wet, it can be slick, it can be chaotic. You always seem to be the one who comes out on top, especially in these trophy dashes. How are you able to do it?
Well, the street stock race, I wasn't actually that consistent. I actually had a little bit of a slip up here in turn 4. But you just got to breathe, and you're soft, you're light on your feet. So this track is starting to get dry slick. You have to be easy on the throttle, otherwise you're going to spin the car around.
Well, I got to be honest. I think I'm frankly starting to get bored of watching you win. No, just kidding. Are there any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yes, absolutely. So my spouse over there in the 9 car that just won the last dash, which was fun to watch, he's absolutely the big reason why I'm doing this. But also Ross Diesel and Otto, Trent Home Cattle Company, Michelle right there, all my friends and family, Dr. Otto, there's a lot of people. Gary's up there somewhere, Kelly Niles, Amy Troll. We've got a lot of people that support us in this.
So once again, your Pure Stocks Trophy Dash winner, the driver of the 35, Lynette Phillips.
Next up, down on the other end of the straightaway, your Street Stock Scramble winner, the number 9, Brad Corpella. All right. Hard-fought racing, get to there. All the racing jumbled up behind you. You ended up with the school bus worth of length, as Casey said. How'd you get it?
Being gentle on turn 2, aggressive coming out of turn 4. Very, very different corners. Turn 2 deserves a lot of respect. You have got to be gentle and patient, and wait for the opportunity. I don't like to bump and pass. I want to wait for the opportunity to make a clean pass, and fortunately that was presented.
All right. Do you have any sponsors you want to thank?
I like Trent Home Cattle Company, Ross Diesel Auto, our local track, Crooked Creek, all the friends and family and spectators.
And I believe you're going into that grudge race too.
Yep, glutton for punishment. Grudge race.
All right. What is your thoughts and strategies going into that?
What am I? I wish the track was a little heavier. So I'll have to be gentle.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the number 9, Brad Corpella.
Folks, down here to the left of the flag stand, I am standing with your Tuners Trophy Dash winner, none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Bad Bob Berg. Now, I gotta be honest, after watching Jacob Hilsinger in the number 18 go out there and dominate the heat laps, I thought it was going to be his for the taking, but it ended up being you who was able to fend not only him off, but Dan McDonald of the number 12. So how are you able to stay consistent on this track, which has been looking very slick indeed, to be able to take home this win?
I just took it easy in the corners, and I said, hey, this is my line. Let them go around me if they want it.
Well, the line clearly worked for you. Are there any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Green Lion, Dr. Otto, Johnny's Tavern, Pastime, and especially the fans. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here.
Once again, your Tuners Trophy Dash winner, Bad Bob Berg, driver of the O-Car. Here's your trophy and your lanyard.
A big one.
All right, last but certainly not least, I'm down here at the 4-cylinder Trophy Dash winner, the number 4X, Dan Baldwin. Wow, they usually have a really loud crowd. All right. You've had to battle throughout the night. It's been up for grabs to win in the 4 cylinders. How'd you come out on top in this trophy dash?
Well, I flipped a coin with my son, and I won the bigger tires.
All right. Do you have any sponsors you want to thank?
Yes, Greg's Marina out of Garibaldi, Oregon, and Downtown Camichelle, and Economy Auto Parts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, number 4X, Dan Baldwin.
Folks, let's hear it for all 4 of your Trophy Dash winners, and of course, the Scramble winner. Again, this is halftime. Do not go anywhere yet. We still have our main events coming up.
It's perfect time to grab something to eat, grab something to drink. Use the Porta Johns if you need to. Or just if you want to, I don't know. Some people probably enjoy the Porta Johns. It's like a sauna sometimes, you know?
Hey, Thunder.
Yes?
I'm feeling pretty good about this crowd. Do you think maybe we could get a dance-off going here tonight?
Between you and me or between you and them?
No,
I ain't
everybody.
dancing. I ain't dancing this week. Hold on. Well, let me put on some dancing music. We'll see what we got. By the way, we still do have that silent auction going on. I believe high bid's currently $300. If you want in on that, that's a gutted out car ready to be turned into a race car. So
Yes.
if you come up, give me your last four of your phone number and the number that you want to bid. We'll get it written down. Stick around to the end of the night, and we'll get it. We'll get you a car by the end of the week.
So once again, if you would like to relieve us of that scrap heap that we found at a junkyard somewhere, please put your name down in the auction. Actually, it's not a scrap heap. It's a pretty good car, completely ready to be turned into a racer. So if you would like to get your feet wet into what you're seeing here on this track, we are presenting a unique opportunity for those willing to pay big bucks.
How about this? How about this for a dance song, huh? with the fun of Village people all said and done, we are going to go 1 to go at the flag stand. In the words of Bobby V, lights out, green next time by.
Again, folks, this is it, the coup de grace of the night, the first of your multiple main events. These, of course, are your street stocks.
Pure stocks.
Pure stocks.
And that throws you off when she's doing double duty. Either way, green flag is up in the air, and we are racing!
Number 2, jumping into the early lead, but not by much. The 57 of Tom Zawicki hanging in there nicely in the number 2 spot. Meanwhile, it's a battle between the 61 and the 51 for third. Red Smith in the 61 will succeed in overtaking the 51. Again, the number 2 of Clint Petty doing a nice job holding on to that number 1 spot, but the 57 of Tom Zawicki not giving him an inch of ground. So your current order in first place, the 2, Clint Petty, the 57 of Tom Zawicki, the 61 of Red Smith, and the 51, I believe that's Alex Smith. No, excuse me. No, I am right. That is Alex Smith in the 51. 51 now starting to fall behind the usual tactical smoke screen. Coming out the back of that car. Looks like Tom Zawicki also deploying a tactical smoke screen. Oh, no, that's just dust. No, it is smoke. That is smoke, folks.
Smoke or wheel rubber, something like that. Little vapor. Little fumes never hurt anyone.
I guess.
That smoke's definitely getting heavier.
Oh my, that's a big tactical smoke screen.
Actually working.
Holy moly. Caution is out. The 61 of Red Smith goes off on turn number 2 as a result of the tactical smoke screen.
I wonder if there's...
And got stuck on one of the tires, too.
Fluid on the track, looks like.
So Tom Zawicki giving us one heck of a show, but he will not be coming home with a trophy tonight.
Yeah, 61 unfortunately ended up around in the oil after that smoke came out. I wonder what's up with that. Looks like it driver's safe at least.
Indeed, if you recall, the 57 of Tom Zawicki was just pouring smoke as the 61 of Red Smith was following closely behind. Clearly something let go in that 57 car, causing the 61 to spin right now. Nevertheless, Red Smith is back on the track. So we are now down to 4 cars. The 2 of Clint Petty, the 51 of Alex Smith, the 88 of Greg Brumberg, and the 61 of Red Smith. Oh my goodness!
Well, there goes that can of Speedy Dry.
That's the first time I've seen that. The track safety crew breaking their own rules basically and crashing into one of the race cars. That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Did he crash into one?
Yeah, that was the ATV straight up rear-ended Red Smith. So the safety team clearly not very safe there.
I think there might have been some communication somewhere else.
Maybe the brake stopped working.
I guess it was a pusher or a push truck, but I didn't see.
The tow truck is going to stop the field while they pour down some kitty litter, I think is what they called that.
Speedy dry, but yeah, it's kitty litter.
And of course, we put that down whenever there is liquid on the track, usually oil of some kind. Water doesn't really require that same sort of treatment. As I've said before, folks, motorsport is unpredictable, which is one of the things that makes it so spectacular. And sometimes that's a blessing for these drivers, other times it's a curse. And for Tom Zawicki and the 57 team tonight, it was a curse, unfortunately. That car definitely will not be back. Some major damage to the 57. And if indeed it was the engine that let go, there's a very real chance we might not see them back for a while.
Luckily, Tom Zawicki, one of the workhorses out here, I believe a multi-time track champion. He's got enough friends that hopefully, regardless of what it was, he'll be back out here. Next race is in 2 weeks for the Pure Stocks. Next week for our River City Speedway running is 2 weeks as well.
The 61 of Red Smith, sorry to interrupt you, Thunder. The 61 of Red Smith is pulling off of the track. We're now down to 3 cars. The 2 of Clint Petty, the 51 of Alex Smith, and the 88 of Greg Blumberg. Excuse me, that's Brumbaugh in the 88.
All right, we're going to get this kitty litter off the track. All right, we're going to get them all gridded up. Number 2 car, 0 leader. 51, second place, gets to choose high or low. 88 will do opposite, as per California restart rules.
Lineup, the number 2, driven by Clint Petty, the 51 of Alex Smith, and the 88 of Greg Brumbaugh.
Want to go the sign on the track. We're racing next time by. in the box. Petty goes right at the end. Green flag is out. We are going.
Clint Petty in the number 2 seizing the opportunity to take the early lead as he did start on pole. Alex Smith in the 51 moving up to second. And then Greg Brumbaugh in 88 rounding out the back of the pack. A lot of space between these 3 drivers right now. So really it's going to come down to consistency at this point. Who can be the most consistent is going to be the one able to hold on to that number 1 spot. And right now it's looking like Clint Petty will be that one.
Clint Petty has the most experience at this track. Alex Smith made his way from Idaho to be here.
Indeed, that 51 car, driver Alex Smith drove all the way out from Idaho to be here at River City Speedway, which is very impressive indeed. He would love nothing more than to win the main event here tonight. Greg Brumbaugh in the 88 really falling behind at this point. Alex Smith still clearly with a considerable amount of smoke pouring out the back, although considering the fact that the car still works, we assume that this is just normal for that 51 car.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's some sort of tire rub. Because that would definitely pour a little smoke. You see, it's only really out of that right rear side. So I wonder if his wheel's rubbing against his shock or his fender or something. Had that happen before. We're at now 14 laps down. Clint Petty holding on to the lead.
Looks like the 51 of Alex Smith making up some ground on the number 2 of Clint Petty. And now Clint Petty in the number 2 is going to come up on lap traffic.
Problems from Brumbaugh. Looks like he's pulling off the track. It is now a 2-car shootout.
88 of Greg Brumbaugh pulling off the track. Clearly some mechanical issues with that car. Not entirely sure what. So we're now down to 2. Clint Petty in the number 2 and Alex Smith in the 51.
Smith slowly reeling in Petty. And Smith really working, trying to get to the bumper at least. Smith looking on that outside line. At least 3 and 4 he is. 1, 2 holding down the bottom.
So Alex Smith clearly made up the ground in that 51. The man who drove all the way out from Idaho, making a bid to overtake Clint Petty in the number 2.
Petty still holding that lead. Smith again reeling him in. Looks like Petty does have this figured out. Again, he has more track time at this track.
This race now a very intense one indeed. Alex Smith looking to overtake on the inside, but Clint Petty shuts the door on him.
White flag out one more time around the track. Let's see how this shakes up. Alex Smith was all over the bumper, trying not to make contact. Let's see.
And now he's losing ground fast. Looks like this one is all Clint Petty. The double checkers are out. Your winner for the Pure Stocks main event, Clint Petty, driver of that number 2 car. Oh my. Alex Smith into 51. Looks like a bit of a fire there.
Please stay back from the fence. Please stay back from the fence.
Stay back from the fence, please. Stay back from the fence. The track team is on it immediately. Looks like it went out fairly quickly. No need for concern. Of course, we have our track crew out there for a reason, folks. And it's to be prepared for incidents like these.
We got safety crew on the scene as soon as they could.
Alex Smith is out of the car. He got out of there very quickly. He is okay.
Can you make some noise real quick for our safety crew?
Folks, the situation was quickly brought under control with the 51 car. And now if you would please turn your attention to the center of the main straight for our prize giving.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your Pure Stock main event winner, the number 2, Clint Petty. All right. Turned out to be an endurance race almost. Still had to battle to keep that first position as he was right on your tail. How did you keep that lead position?
Just kept going straight. Sure, I thank some people. Brock, RDA, and Mike from Perfection Automotive. Without their help, I wouldn't be out here actually today because it broke in the pit. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the number 2, Clint Petty.
Congratulations to Clint Petty, driver of the number 2 car. Did a fantastic job out there. And folks, we are going to get our 4-cylinder main event underway momentarily. Once we do start bringing the cars out, I politely ask that everybody get back from the fence. You are good for now, though. Just once we bring our next lineup of cars out onto the track, we kindly ask that you please step back from the fence. Thank you very much. Once again, massive shout out to our track crew and the safety team for getting that situation with the 51 car under control very quickly indeed. And of course, huge props to Alex Smith himself for getting out of the car extremely quickly. Worst case scenario in any motorsports event is something like that. So it's important that we are always prepared for such an occasion.
All right, now that my heart's done pounding, you guys ready to go racing again? Come on, are you guys excited to go back racing? Wow, we have a dead crowd.
Thunder, I didn't hear this crowd make any noise. what was the question that you asked them?
So are you guys ready to go back racing?
Okay, there we go. I was about to come down there and school the lot of you if you didn't give my main man a reaction.
Man, I like that one.
Don't say it like that, please.
Well, you started it.
Okay, touche. So once again, thank you guys so much for coming out to River City Speedway and choosing to spend your Saturday night with us. We really appreciate it, and we hope you all are having a great time with us. I certainly am having a great time.
Man, I'm having a great time. It's a great time every time I'm out here.
And now that the sun has dropped below the horizon, the temperature is perfect for some more racing action. We have our 4-cylinder main event coming up next. Those of you who were sat down by turn number 1, if you turn to your right, you can see all of them staged up, getting ready to come onto the track. Now, on paper, the 4 cylinders don't sound that exciting because they're powered only by a 4-cylinder engine. However, last week, they proved that they can be the most exciting class out here. Because there's a lot of bumper-to-bumper and door-to-door action with these guys. They like to play rough. Rubbing is racing, as they say. Thunder, let's bring them out onto the track. In that number 3 car, being driven by Joseph Simmett. Behind him is the 43 of Sam Richardson, the 4G of Brad Gentry, the 8 of Derek Vorseth, the 08 of Riley Conroy, the 8X of TJ Jackson, the 19 of Sam Simmett, the 4X of Dan Bodwin, the 41 of Austin Bodwin, the 12 of Jason Scheibel, the 02 of Tiffany Berg, and last but certainly not least, the 10P, which tonight is being driven by Brandon Potter. What a stacked lineup for this 4-cylinder main event.
If you or a loved one was not able to make it to River City Speedway tonight, make sure to point your friends, family, foes in the direction of our live stream. We are live streaming on our Facebook page. Look up River City Speedway. We're also on YouTube and Twitch TV. Look up Thunder LCR. If you've been taking pictures and videos at the racetrack, upload them on the internet. Use hashtag River City Speedway so we can see what you've been posting. I know we've been reposting stuff on TikTok. We might use your stuff in promotional material as well. So again, if you're having a good time taking pictures, videos, or just posting, use hashtag River City Speedway. Speaking of social media, check out, we have Facebook and TikTok. Look up River City Speedway and you'll see us.
Once again, folks, now that the cars are on the track, please get back from the fence. Once again, please get back from the fence. I know you want to be as close to the action as possible. However, motorsport is unpredictable, which is why that fence is there. So for your safety, please get back from the fence. Thank you very much. I'm talking specifically to the crowd of people down by turn number 4. Please get back from the fence. I can see you from up here. As you can see, folks, we're getting our competitors staged and ready to rock.
We're going to go green flag racing at the flag stand this time by
Green flag is out and racing is underway here at River City Speedway. The number 3 of Joseph Simmet seizing the opportunity to take the early lead. Meanwhile, they are 3 wide, 2 wide, bumper to bumper, door to door, all throughout the rest of the pack.
43 falling through the field. Stuck out on the high side. Front was not likely where they wanted to start. She's new to racing.
In second place, the 4G of Brad Gentry. Oh my! The 3 of Joseph Simmet has hit one of the tires, but no caution was flown. The race will continue.
Again, bumper, bumper, door to door racing all throughout the field.
Brad Gentry in the 4G looking to make a move on the 3, and he will do exactly that.
Up on 41 out of turn number 4. Brandon Potter and Austin Bowden respectively. Eight and 8X, door to door. Sorry, bumper to bumper, side by side racing all the way throughout. 10P is trying to weave his way through the mix.
The pack is starting to spread out a lot more now, but your leader remains Brad Gentry in the 4G with Joseph Simmet in the number 3. Oh my, the 8 of Derek Vorseth making a move on the 3 and is now up to second place.
Yes, 3 got a little bit loose, let Vorseth and now Jackson capitalize. 4X of Dan Bowden's going to stick his nose in the mix as well. Yeah, Joseph Simmet, new to racing. He's holding way out high on that turn number 2.
Brad Gentry just growing his lead, breaking away from the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, it is Star Wars for the rest of the pack, as cars are still bumper to bumper and door to door, each of them fighting each other to try and get past to make up any spot. Once again, Brad Gentry in that silver 4G doing an incredible job out there, holding on to an enormous lead over the rest of the pack. A very impressive display of driving. Clearly, consistency is on his side tonight because that lead is increasing by the lap.
Meanwhile, side by side, 19 and 8X, they get a little bit together. One's keeping straight. 8 and 4X also side by side. 4X way wide, but that'll give him the position. Or at least close to.
The number 10 getting a little squirrely in turn number 2, but held onto it nicely. At this point, the pack has been divided into 3 or 4 separate groups. You have the leader all on his own with a battle for second and third going on between the 4X, 8, 8X, and 19. And then further back, there's another battle between 4 more cars, the 10, the 3, the 41, and the 08.
Speaking of 3, got way outside for a second. Kept it going, but nearly hit the wall. Just running really high out of turn number 2.
Once again, folks, your leader is still the 4G, that silver car. The silver 4G is still your leader and is about to come upon lap traffic. That is the 02 of Tiffany Berg that they're coming up on now.
Meanwhile, 8 and 8X battling side by side. That's for third place with 19 sitting in the wings.
The 4G making a move on the 02 and the 12, and he will get past both of them successfully.
Red debris, top of
Caution
3.
is out, folks. Caution is out. Not entirely sure why.
Debris in turn 3. It's like 12 out and off to his pit. That's Jason Scheibel. That'll lead him with the DNF.
Indeed, so the end of the night for that car and that team, but we hope to see them back here next time on July 27th, which is our next race.
It's at 02 being lapped. She's going to pop back to the rear. We're getting them gridded up in our California restart. Puts first out front on their own. Second place gets to choose higher load. Third does opposite. Fourth outside, fifth outside, and on down. Our current lineup, the 4G Brad Gentry, the 4X Dan Bodwin, the 8 of Derek Forsyth, the 8X of TJ Jackson, the 19 of Sam Simmet, and we are racing coming out of turn number 4.
Green flag is out. It's time to rock and roll at River City Speedway.
We're door-to-door, bumper-to-bumper racing. 4X gets a little loose, keeps it going.
Wow, what a save by the 4X. I believe that was Dan Bodwin.
Yeah, hard to get a save like that and front-wheel drive without pile driving something.
Truly an excellent display of driving. Incredible. Brad Gentry in the 4G remains your leader, folks, with Derek Verseth in the number 8 in second place. Dan Bodwin and Sam Simmet are doing battle for third right now. That's the 19 and 4X cars, respectively.
Battle for 6 also heating up between 10P and 41. Austin Bodwin and Brandon Potter. Yeah, looks like 12 back on track will not take a DNF, but will be a couple laps back.
The order has changed.
Bodwin up into the wall, or to the wall, not into it, but gets to it. Looks like he might have something broken. I'm guessing right front tie rod or something. Don't know if it's due to contact or something else.
Caution is out as a result of Dan Bodwin smacking the wall in turn number 3.
I don't think he actually ended up touching the wall, but he went right close.
Well, if you take a look at that back bumper, it looks pretty mangled to me on the right-hand side.
Might have tapped it. I don't know. It looked like he was just off. And Captain on stream. And Bowden will have help off the track.
All right, well, one of the Bodwins is down. However, the 41 of Austin Bodwin is still alive and kicking out there on the track.
It looks like Bowden's going to take it to the pit, take it to his pit rather than the hot pit.
So your current lineup, folks. The 4G of Brad Gentry, the 8 of Derek Vorseth, the 19 of Sam Simmet, the 8X of TJ Jackson, the 10P of Brandon Potter, the 41 of Austin Bodwin, the 02 of Tiffany Berg, the 08 of Riley Conroy, followed by the 43 of Sam Richardson, the number 3 of Joseph Simmet, and last but certainly not least, the 12 of Jason Scheibel.
And green flag is out. We are back underway. Brad Gentry holding on to the lead, but we are bumper, door, fender racing.
Oh my, a lot of contact between the 19 and the 8. That was some aggressive racing.
19's got a right rear flag.
Oh my, oh my.
All over the place, everyone checking up. They're going yellow for that.
19 with a right rear flat. Oh no, the other Bodwin also having problems in the 41. So number 19, that is Sam Simmet with a right rear flat tire, which interestingly enough wasn't even the one that the 8 was touching. So I'm not entirely sure how that happened.
Let's see here, he rolled it off the bead. Meanwhile, 10P is in the infield. Not sure if he got turned there or not. Not sure what happened there.
Said it before and I'll say it again, the 4 cylinders can sometimes be the most exciting class to watch in the main event.
And 8 gonna take it off after a black flag.
So now, your current lineup, the 4G of Brad Gentry, the number 10P of Brandon Potter, the 8X of TJ Jackson, the 43 of Sam Richardson, the 02 of Tiffany Berg, the 12 of Jason Scheibel, the 08 of Riley Conroy, and last but certainly not least, the 3 of Joseph Simmet, along with the 41 Austin Bodwin. So all of those competitors are still alive and kicking. Oh, excuse me.
19's back on the track.
Austin Bodwin now pulling off the track.
Yeah, and 8's back on track.
Okay, so the 8 of Derek Vorseth back in action.
It's like 41 pulling to the hot pit.
Has turned its red headlights on. Super cool touch. Lights are out, they're going green this time by. The 8X and the 10 looking to capitalize on where they're starting. Green flag is out and we're back underway, rocking out here at River City Speedway.
And we're 3 wide in the back.
As is often the case with the 4 cylinders, they are jostling bumper to bumper, door to door.
Jamming and jumbling all throughout the field.
More bumper to bumper action between the 8X and the 10. So the 4G still remains a leader with the 8X in second and the 10 in third. The 08 in fourth place.
Meanwhile, the 8 car, Vorseth, once in second, now has made his way from the back of the back past 3 cars.
Field is starting to spread out now. Your leader remains the 4G of Brad Gentry. In second remains the 8X of TJ Jackson, and in third remains the 10P of Brandon Potter. Brandon Potter making a move on the 8X on the outside in a bid for second place. They are door to door as they make their way down the back straight. The number 10 has got the momentum and will succeed in making the overtake. However, the 8X has still got the inside line, but will not be able to capitalize. So now in second place is the 10P of Ryan Potter with the 8X in third. Some bumper-to-bumper action between the 08 and the 19.
Riley Conroy's starting to work his way in the field. Either that or he's a number of laps down that I didn't see. Oh! Problems, ends up facing the wall.
Big problems for the number 10P of Brandon Potter. Looks like the left front tire, something gave out, and he was careening towards the wall. Fortunately, he was able to get it stopped in time. I imagine Brandon Potter needs a new change of pants now.
Safety crew fast on the scene to get to Potter. Everything gridded up, getting our lineup figured out as we
Hey folks, while we're waiting for the track crew to clear the course as well as restage the cars, we're going to take this time to thank our sponsors who allow us to continue hosting these races week in, week out, beginning with DFI Performance, Napa's Sunset Auto Parts, Columbia Northwest Heating and AC, Hercules Towing, Simply Pictures by Jennifer Wolf, Family Fun RV, Dahlgreen's Do It Best Building Supply, Grumpy's Towing and Scappoose Muffler, Hudson's Garbage Services, Economy Auto Parts, Dr. Auto, Reed's Automotive, Makana Trucking and Excavation, Trenholm Cattle Company, Western Heating and Cooling, Sass at Home, and Northwest Plumbing Services. Thanks again to all our sponsors. Without them, we would be broke, and we wouldn't be able to continue to put these races on for you guys. So thanks again to all of our sponsors. We're getting the lineup restaged, folks. Your current lineup, the 4G of Brad Gentry, the 8X of TJ Jackson. I believe that is the 19 of Sam Simmet, the 08 of Riley Conroy, the 43 of Sam Richardson. Oh, green flag is out. We're racing already here at River City Speedway. Back under action, the 8X and the 19, bumper to bumper. White flag is out one more time round for Brad Gentry in the 4G. Will he be able to hold off the number 19 of Sam Simmet? Double checkers are out. Coming across the line first and claiming the win, Brad Gentry, driver of the 4G Silver. In second place, the 19 of Sam Simmet, and in third, the 8X of TJ Jackson, who I gotta say was very impressive indeed. Folks, I'm down here on the front straight. Driver of the 4G and winner of this weekend's four-cylinder main event, none other than Brad Gentry. I said on paper before we brought all the cars out that on paper, the four cylinders don't sound very exciting because they've only got a teeny little engine and they don't sound all that exciting. But when they all get out there in a big pack like that, it's chaos. You guys were bumper to bumper, door to door. Hey, they say rubbing is racing, and that race was the definition of that. So how were you able to stay ahead of the pack, stay out of the carnage, and really just stay calm, cool, and collected and consistent out there?
This class has a lot to do with start position. Everyone here is especially fast, so I got fortunate and started towards the front and was able to check out from there and just get consistent laps.
Indeed, you definitely got the luck of the draw by getting pole position. Are there any sponsors you'd like to thank out here?
I have to thank my wife. I was sitting at home at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I didn't really want to do anything, and she's like, no, you need to go. So can't thank her because I wouldn't be here without her. TNT Motorsports, they're a big contributor of us. GNR Auto Wreckers, whenever we have bad time, they're there to help us with the parts.
Imagine that, just casually sitting at home and then coming out to a racetrack and winning a main event. Very impressive indeed. So once again, let's hear it for Brad Gentry, your 4-cylinder main event winner.
Very good stuff. We're going to get geared up for our tuner main event coming up next. Tuners will be followed by street stocks. Then we will finish things off with our grudge race. By the way, there's a blue Ranger in the parking lot with their lights on. There's a light blue Ford Ranger with the parking light or with your headlights on. If that is your Ranger, please go turn the lights off. It'll save you a lot of hassle. There's Blue Ranger. And yes, we will allow you back in.
Coming onto the track now are our Tracers, only 2 of them. Looks like they were able to get the 17 of Jamison Epping fixed for this race. And, of course, Riley Kelsey in the 77, the always entertaining Riley Kelsey in the 77, who always seems to have problems with turn number 2. Anyways, green flag is out, folks, and we are underway.
And Brad Corpella did say that turn 2 was a little tricky. So if Brad says it, it must be true, you know? Brad dominant in any class he chooses.
He is off in turn number 4. Spent all this time up here talking about him always going off in turn number 2, then decides to do it in turn number 4. So far, Riley Kelsey has gone off in turns 1, 2, and 4 tonight. If he goes off in turn number 3, he will complete his infinity gauntlet.
I've seen it done on the straights too. He might need to hit both straights. The way Trace is always keeping you on your toes.
Two bites him again. It's almost... I don't even know what to say to that, Thunder.
I'd say kids will be kids.
I think, yeah, no, you are right about that. I think Riley Kelsey has spent more time backwards on this track than forwards.
Regardless, I think he's like 14 or something.
Oh, geez, I couldn't do this. I could not have done this at 14. You know what? I'll stop my bantering right now.
Exactly. Both these kids under 16 years old. That's the age cap for our Tracers. Both Kelsey and Epping putting down solid laps now. You're faster and more confident with each time around the track.
Epping in the 17 doing a nice job out there. Remember, last week these two had a pretty big shunt at the end of their main event.
As the flagger for that main event, yes, I do remember that.
Of course, the drivers of our tuners here are young kids, as we previously mentioned, and this is a great opportunity. Riley Kelsey having trouble in turn number 2 yet again. We really should start keeping track of how many times he has problems in that corner. Nevertheless, these drivers, young kids for that matter, and this is a great opportunity for them to get their feet wet in dirt track racing. I know that a lot of drivers have begun their career this way. And even though it may not be the most incredible sight in terms of the carnage level, I, for one, certainly could not have done this when I was their age, so there's still mad props to both of them.
Yeah, when I was their age, I was sitting in the bleachers watching, hoping. I did end up in a race car, but I still think these guys are doing better than I did when I was in a race car.
And then you ended up being an announcer.
Yep. And that's all she wrote. And 77 around in turn 2, keeps it going.
Would you say that was turn 1 or turn 2?
That was turn 2.
Turn 2 again?
Even Brad says it's a tough turn. And Brad's been championship in street stocks. He said it earlier today that was tough. And he put down a couple wins. So to Riley Kelsey, nothing bad. If Brad has problems, the 14-year-old can have problems.
I think next week we should have a raffle where people guess, oh my, the 17 now going off in turn number 3. I was going to say, I feel like next week, or in 2 weeks rather, we should have a raffle where the audience has to guess how many times the 77 of Riley Kelsey will go off in turn number 2. And all of the funds will go to the driver himself, mind you. I also want to point out, I saw some sparks flowing out the back of the 17 just before spinning out, so I'm wondering if there's any mechanical damage to that car.
Yeah, maybe brake problems, because we know he had that right rear broken. Oh, it looks like it's broken again, so...
yeah, it's the same problem as during the heat race.
Yeah, it looks like a tie rod, but I'm not familiar with the rear end of cars. I just know the front tie rods. I had a front-wheel drive car, so I only knew about the front-wheel part of it.
Green flag is back out for Riley Kelsey in the 77. Doing a great job out there. I know we're giving him a hard time for going off, but he really is doing a great job. Racing on a dirt track might look easy, but it really isn't.
Especially if you go, like me, from a video game to the real thing. You forget that you don't need to counter steer, and that throwing it in hard is not always faster.
White flag is out, and so, of course, being the only car on the track, I'm pretty sure Riley Kelsey will win this.
Well, not that it's necessarily a race. Checkered flag out. And ladies and gentlemen, get it up for Riley Kelsey.
Yes, make some noise for this young kid doing a great job out there in that 77 car.
All right, next up will be our tuner main event.
That's not a tuner, Thunder. That's a modified.
Stephen Capter taking part in our grudge race. I guess he wants to put some more practice laps down, seeing how the track is like.
Once
Most
again,
of the grudge race drivers do have cars on the track. I believe he's the only one that's only out for this, and rightfully so. I mean, he did put the money, the initial 200 or 250 up for the winner.
and again, the grudge match race will be taking place at the end of the night. So if you want to watch a few drivers slog each other over some money, you want to stick around for that.
I believe we have 5 cars set, all different divisions. No, Chico Brinster's in there. He's fairly confident.
Some sparks flying off the brake pads as he came into turn number 1.
There's got to be some real hot brakes on that car.
Speaking of hot, the number 90 is deploying a tactical smoke screen right now.
Oh, it smells real nice, too.
That's the smell of clutch.
And checkered flag is out. Maybe it smells brakes going out.
Of course, our only modified out here this week is that number 90, which, as I mentioned before, will be taking part in our grudge match race happening at the end of the night. That's going to be lots of fun. Make sure you stick around for that. However, coming onto the track now are our tuners for our tuners main event. Starting us off is the number 18.
Number 18, Jacob Hilsinger.
The 12 of Dan McDonald.
The O-Car, Bad Bob Berg.
The 51C of Chico Brinster.
The O-Run, Casey Lee.
And the 12V.
Nathan Long, 12
Thank
volt.
you, Thunder. Nathan Long in the 12V.
Looks like Bandit was able to get his car back out.
6
Or
cars
cheat
in this
card.
main event. And I would like to point something out, folks. Jacob Hilsinger in the 18, who was very good during our heat races, is starting on pole in this race. We'll see if that helps him secure the win. Remember, he won a Tuners main event already this season a few weeks ago, and he's looking to get yet another one.
Yeah, all 4 of these cars, I think, have main wins this season, or at least some sort of win one way or another this season. I've interviewed all of them, I know.
Well, we did just watch Bob in the win the Tuner, Trophy Dash race.
So we'll see what happens throughout this race. Lights are out. We are racing at the flag stand. And green flag is out. We are racing.
Jacob Hilsinger in the 18 looking to capitalize on his pole position and get the lead early on. However, Dan McDonald in the 12 goes roaring past. What an overtake. So now Jacob in the 18 with some work to do. He has to get past Dan McDonald and fight off Chico Brinster.
And it looks like Casey Lee has to take his car off track. This long pulls way up towards the wall, keeps going. Dan McDonald holding on to the lead.
Dan McDonald in the 12 car has a lead that is increasing at this point. So now it's a battle for second place between Jacob Hilsinger, Chico Brinster, and Bad Bob Berg. Oh, Dan McDonald going way wide in turn number 1. That's going to allow Jacob Hilsinger to make up some ground.
Yeah, sideways is not what you want to be in a front-wheel drive, at least.
Again, consistency is the name of the game on any dirt track, so you simply cannot be fishtailing like that.
Very true, very true. Now Nathan Long about to be lap traffic. He ends up losing into the infield. He's going to pull back on at the back of the pack. If he doesn't stall first, yellow flag will be out.
Caution is out. 12V. Not sure if there were some issues or if that car just stalled. No, they just stalled. They will be pulling back onto the track at this point.
All right, here lights out, green at the flag stand. Your current leader, Dan McDonald, followed by Jacob Hilsinger, Chico Brinster, Bob Berg, Nathan Long. Green flag, we are racing.
Jacob Hilsinger now being passed by Chico Brinster of the 51C. Some bumper-to-bumper action between Chico and Dan.
Dan and Chico both in Gabori, built their Gabori assist build cars.
51C on the inside. They are side by side coming down the front straight. Chico Brinster and Dan McDonald. So Chico Brinster, remember, had some issues with that car during the heat races, but it seems to be up to par right now.
Hoping to take that car back up where it was previously, like it was in the past, hoping to bring that to the present.
Chico Brinster's making a move on Dan McDonald. He's got the inside line. If he's going to do it, he's going to do it now. They are door to door, and Chico Brinster will get past Dan McDonald.
Bringing him up to the wall, trying to run him out of room. Chico believes that this is the fastest tuner.
And he's out there proving it right now.
Oh, McDonald, a little shot to the back.
So Dan McDonald clearly unwilling to give up so easily.
Oh, McDonald ended up at the wrong side of lap traffic. Has to check up and will lose a little bit of room. And both these top two cars extremely fast. Meanwhile, Bob Berg with hot brakes. You can see him going red into turn number 2 at least.
Indeed, the 51C now increasing its lead. Dan McDonald getting a taste of his own medicine right now. Indeed, the brakes on the O car, that's Bad Bob Berg, are getting very, very toasty indeed. They are glowing orange here in the River City moonlight.
Berg's been trying to get around Hilsinger for the past few laps. Hoping to get that third place position.
And again, Chico's lead in the 51C increasing still. Meanwhile, Jacob Hilsinger in the 18 is gaining on Dan McDonald of the 12. And Bad Bob Berg is just looking to hang in there.
Brinster up on lap traffic again. That's the 12V of Nathan Long. Wonder if that 12 volts running out of battery. He's almost off pace. Looks like he was slowing way down for a second. Either way, Chico Brinster, your leader after 11 laps.
And it's a very strong lead indeed, for that matter. As previously mentioned, Chico believes that he has the fastest tuner car here at River City Speedway, and he is proving that right now. That silver Nissan is dominating this event.
Yeah, he thinks it's not only the fastest here, he's taking it to other tracks for victories. So no snuff to just River City Speedway. This car just likes to win.
But remember, we haven't seen the 51C win a race in a handful of weeks, as that car has been suffering a lot of different mechanical issues, but it really does seem like they have it back in one piece.
Yeah, looks like 12V off pace, way up at the top. And that'll bring out a yellow as we got a car stopped on the back straightaway, which will bunch up the field, not what Chico wants right here.
Indeed, this is going to be very interesting because now Chico is being forced to fight off Dan McDonald once again after building up a very large lead. Looks like the 12V is going to either get pushed or towed off the track, probably pushed in this case.
There'll probably be another DNF for that car. Currently 0 for 2, unfortunately.
Earlier on in the night, and I'll say it again, motorsport is unpredictable. Sometimes that's a blessing, other times it's a curse. And for the 12V, it was a curse tonight.
Yeah, but a blessing right now. Dan McDonald's now right back by Chico. And yeah, we'll be right back at the bumper so he can try to make some move again.
And then there were 4. The 51C of Chico Brinster, the 12 of Dan McDonald, the 18 of Jacob Hilsinger, and of course, the O of Bad Bob Berg.
Oh, we're getting them gridded back up. And all gridded up into California restart. One to go the sign on the track. We are racing next time by.
Four more laps to go for these racers. Chico Brinster is on pole, and he's going to need one heck of a start if he's going to fend off Dan McDonald, who has the inside line, by the way.
In the box, green is out. We are back underway.
Chico Brinster 51C accelerating quickly off the line to ensure to not give Dan McDonald the opportunity to pass. That's exactly what he needs to do in this situation.
Yeah, he really got the jump off of that start. Ended up holding on to his lead. Good thing for him. McDonald struggling to keep up. There's 2 more laps left to go. Got 25 lap feature. 23 laps down right here.
Now is definitely not the time for Chico Brinster to let up one iota. Dan McDonald is right on his tail. One mistake and the race will be lost.
White flag out one more time around the track. Remember, he's still hoping to run this in the grudge match.
Chico Brinster half a lap away from winning this in a car that really struggled these last few weeks.
And double checkers are in the air. Your main event winner, the number 51C, Chico Brinster. Followed by 12, Dan McDonald, 18, Jacob Hilsinger, the O car of Bad Bob Berg.
So Jacob Blinster and the 51C team were able to overcome the mechanical gremlins that car has been plaguing them these last few weeks and take home the Tuners main event win. Absolutely spectacular job from that silver Nissan.
All right, as he makes his way out of the car, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the 51C, Chico Brinster. Here's your trophy shirt. Well, had some gremlins in the heat race. Looks like Biff was able to buff those out. Had to race for the lead to get this. You had him off of you after that. How'd you get past Dan McDonald?
Well, he does his race, I do my race, and he left an inch and I took it. And you got to do what you got to do to get to the front. I do my best to not beat and bang on anybody. I might have touched him a little bit, but like they say, rubbing's racing, and we're here to have fun.
All right, do you have any sponsors you want to thank?
Got to thank, first and foremost, my wife and Dick DeBory for putting me in this. Economy Auto Parts, DFI, FLG, Link ECUs, Dr. Auto, and Gunner Auto Parts. And then my crew guy, too, because he gets mad when I don't mention him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, number 51C of Chico Brinster.
As a reminder to you folks, we have just 2 races left before the night is over. Coming up next will be our street stocks, the main attraction for tonight's event. And then after that, to cap off the night, we will have our grudge match race. So once again, the street stocks main event is coming up next, and I expect this one is going to be fast, wild, loud, and with, a lot of carnage. So, I hope you guys are ready to see your street stocks main event coming up real shortly.
All right, are you guys ready for some street stocks? Well, come on, we got co-main events here. Who's ready for some street stock racing?
Coming onto the track first, the number 9, Brad Corpella.
Let's have him, the 04 car, Joey Tardio.
The 7W, that's the 7W of Chris West.
7N, Andrew Olson.
The 51N of Scott Wells.
The 07D, Dan Smith.
The 41C of Cody Smith.
The 43 of Chris Pearson.
The 13K of Terry King.
And the number 2, Clint Petty.
That is your lineup for your Sportsman's main event.
Street stocks, main event.
Street stocks. Street stocks, you didn't hear me.
The stream still heard you. All right, we're set for a 40 lap. That's 40 lap main event. 10 cars set to do battle. 40 laps the distance.
This is it, folks. The coup de grace of tonight's event here at River City Speedway. Your street stocks main event.
One goes sign on the track. We are racing next time by.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready for some racing action, make some noise! All right, we got some cheers.
All right, green flag is set. We are racing!
Street Stock's main event is well underway. Brad Corpella in the number 9 trying to fend off the 04. They are bumper to bumper, door to door. High speed, high stakes. These drivers really have to be on their toes. Brad Corpella with the early lead in the number 9 car. The 7W with quite a lot of damage to the front end.
Scott Wells trying to push his way into the 4th position. We'll see what he's got versus Andrew Olson. Right sliding behind him, that's for 4th. Meanwhile, battle for 2nd heating up between Tardio and West, the 04 and 7 respectively.
Oh my, the 51 getting squirrely in turn number 4. Side by side with the 07D.
Oh, it's like 41 got loose for a second, keeps it going. And we got yellow flag out. We got a car around in turn number 2. That's 41C, Cody Smith. All right, lineup is good. We're going to get him gridded back up and get started right away. Looks like Joey Tardio is going to pick the high side for this restart.
That's a very interesting decision. Of course, the 7W starting off in 3rd, the 7N in 4th.
Yeah, it's going to be Corpella, Tardio, West, Olson, Smith.
We have to get the lineup restaged, and then we will be ready to rock and roll.
All right, now we got him crossing up. It's like 7NW either didn't hear the receiver or something. A possible receiver problems. Hopefully that doesn't affect anything. Meanwhile, we're going to go 1 to go at the race flag stand. Your lineup: Brad Corpella, Joey Tardio, Chris West, Andrew Olson, Dan Smith, Scott Wells, Terry King, Clint Petty, Chris Pearson, Dan Smith. That is your lineup. Or sorry, Cody Smith. I misread the numbers.
Green flag is out, and we are rocking and rolling at River City Speedway. Brad Corpella in the number 9 with the early lead. Some bumper-to-bumper action in the middle of the pack as they come around turn number 2. Oh, 04 tried to make a move on the outside, couldn't quite get there. Seeing some of these guys struggling with traction as they come around turn number 2. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if it affects this race any more significantly. The 04 car has made up the ground on Brad Corbella. Brad now with more work to do to fend him off. '04 making a move on the inside now. Oh! And they're spread out across this field, but he didn't tell us which cars he put them on. Definitely a very interesting preference. Nevertheless, Brad Corbella will once again be on pole. Brad Corbella, as always, the ever-dominant force that he is here at River City Speedway, looking to capitalize on this advantage of starting in pole and take home the main event win, of which he has several already this season, but this would be a big one. Now that was a big mess in turn number 2. Number 7, I believe, was pushed, 7W, I think was pushed by either, no, there's the culprit, the 07D with its smashed front end, pulling off into the pits. The 07D pulling off into the pits, but looks like the 7W will continue despite being in the middle of that chaos. So currently, your lineup now, the number 9 of Brad Corpella, the 7W of Chris West, the 7N of Andrew Olson, the 13K of Terry King, the 41C of Cody Smith, the that is the 2 of Clint Petty, the 04 Joey Tardio, the 43 of Chris Pearson, and looks like the 07D of Dan Smith was able to come back after they pulled the hood off of that car. Now 51 was the cause of the caution on that previous lap, so they will be forced to start from the back of the pack, as is the rules here at River City Speedway. Brad Corpella on pole once again, doing a nice job fending everybody off. It's behind him where all the carnage has been unfolding. Nevertheless, green flag is out and we are rocking and rolling at River City Speedway. Brad Corpella in the number 9 holding on to that lead. Some jostling happening. They are almost 3 wide as they come down the front straight. The 04 looking to make a move on Clint Petty and Terry King of the 13K for that matter. Oh my, the 04 clips the 2 and is in the wall. However, it looks like there might be a lean to the right. I can't quite tell from up here. Maybe some issues with that right front. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is a broken car, my friend. That's not supposed to be like that. So I believe 04 is done for the night. So this race proving to be a brutal one. Oh yeah, I see it, Thunder. Indeed, the exit to the track needs to be clear at all times. So having a car stall in the exit is never a good thing. They're going green next time by. Okay, folks, the car, there is still a car blocking the hot pits. We're getting the tow truck on the scene now to get it out of there. We can't start the race until the exit is clear. Once again, we cannot start this race until the exit is clear. So in the meantime, the caution will stay out until the exit is clear, by which point it'll be okay for us to go green.
And now the hot pit pad is clear. We are going one to go, hopefully for the last time. And nine
Lights
still
are
holding.
out. We're getting ready to go green. Green flag is out, and we're back underway at River City Speedway. We are rocking and rolling.
So Corpella got loose for a second, didn't matter, no one caught him. 7 and 7, sitting right behind 9.
Some bumper-to-bumper action going on in the middle of the pack there. Brad Corpella now increasing his lead from the rest of the field.
He's starting to walk away from the pair of 7s.
Brad Corpella striking the wall, some sparks flying off.
It's like 5th and 6th might be the spot to watch right now with the 41C and the 2. We'll see with some hot brakes on the front. If you want in, he gets a little loose, it's still going. Corpella showing his experience around this track. We got a couple cars around. Both Smiths around in turn number 3 and 4.
Caution will fly once again, just 4 laps from the finish.
It's both Matt and Cody Smith.
C pulling into the pit area. That's the hot pit. 41C in the hot pit. Meanwhile, the 07D unable to fire. Looks like the 07D was able to refire.
All right, lineup is good. We're getting them doubled up and ready to go. Jeez, that's a lot of sparks out of 41C's front right.
Hot brakes clearly.
I wonder if there's a little bit of brake bias put into that front right. We're going to start coming out turn number 4.
4 more laps to go.
40 lap main. So we are halfway down. Green flag out. Propel a good start. Pair of 7s right behind. Propel's starting to get away now.
Brad Corpella has got this track dialed in, and once he's dialed in, he's very tough to beat.
Very competitive driver. One of the top drivers here at River City Speedway.
Indeed, we are used to seeing Brad Corpella winning in that 9 car of his, and it looks like he will be picking up yet another win here tonight. He already won the trophy dash for this class earlier on in the night. So he's playing with house money right now.
There's huge difference between trophy dash and main event though. About 34 laps for this particular one.
The 7W and the 7N, quite fittingly, are side by side.
Have been for at least this whole start. Back and forth for the whole of the main.
Meanwhile, there are multiple battles happening throughout the rest of the pack. We still have the 2-7 cars dueling it out. The 13K looking to spoil their night. The 51 and the 41C doing battle. The 07D trying to hold off the 2 of Clint Petty, and the 43 doing its best to hang in there. Clint Petty going extremely wide. I think he's got problems, Thunder. He does have problems. He's going into the pits. I tell you what, the 7W and the 7N have got one heck of a race going on. The lead has changed between the two of them multiple times already. We are 30 laps in, 5 more to go. And Brad Corpella is looking very strong. Assuming no caution is flown or he doesn't make a mistake, this one is all him. The 41C and the 07D now doing battle. It's a family affair at the back of the pack. Again, assuming no caution is flown and Brad doesn't make a mistake, this one is all his.
The car around in turn number 2.
The checker's going to fly regardless.
And that is the race. Kind of Brad Corpella, your winner, followed by Chris West, Andrew Olson, Terry King, Dan Smith, Cody Smith, Chris Pearson, Scotty Wells. Keep in mind, we do have our grudge race coming up just after this trophy presentation. I believe we have 5 cars set to do battle, all different divisions.
Folks, I'm down here on the front straightaway with the winner of your Street Stocks main event, none other than Brad Corpella. Dominant is the word that I would use to describe you on this track. Not a weekend goes by where we don't see you win something here at River City Speedway, and tonight was the big one. The Street Stocks were the main attraction. We had more here this weekend than we had this entire season, and yet you yourself were the one who was able to come out on top. So this track was giving drivers fits all night long. We saw it throughout that race. There was a lot of carnage, a lot of wrecks, a lot of cautions. as always, how are you able to remain consistent throughout that race?
Knowing the home track is part of it. That, again, that turn 2, slippery. You got to treat it with respect. There's a bit of a pothole coming out of 4. Straddle it or go outside of it. And consistent. Got to be gentle on the throttle or you'll end up sideways and spun around.
Well, very consistent you are here on this track. Are there any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Trenholm Cattle Company, Ross Diesel Auto. They put up some of the funds here tonight, I believe. Cook Creek, the racetrack, Dr. Auto, friends and family.
So Brad Corpella, arguably with his biggest win of the season so far, your Street Stocks main event winner. Folks, the night is not over yet. We still have one more race. So if you're thinking about getting up and leaving thinking that that was our last race, well, guess what? It wasn't. We still have our grudge match race coming up, which will, in fact, be our last race of the night. So once again, the racing action is not yet over here at River City Speedway. We still have one more race left. Thunder. I'm over here, Thunder. Would you like to tell the crowd a bit more about the grudge match race that's coming up?
Hold on, there's a car over here. I can't hear you.
Would you like to tell our audience a bit more about the grudge match race that's coming up?
All right, this grudge match has been something that has been talked about for a couple weeks now. But Trenholm Cattle Company put the money up. So we have a $25 buy-in for a $250 minimum purse payout. Any car from any division, so long as it's legal for a River City Speedway rule set, is good to go in this race. I've already heard talk about who's going in, about who thinks they're coming out on top. I know we have. Chico Brinster said he's been very confident about this. He was in that 51C. Brad Corpella set to go in. He's been a dominant force at this track. If Captor's car still works, Captor in the 90 modified is going to join the pack. Looks like Tardio will not be able to join, unfortunately. But we still have, I think, 2 or 3 other people that I'm forgetting about. But still a lot of drivers, many of them already, confident.
So let's get this clear. There are no class limits here. If you are a racer here at River City Speedway and you feel like you have what it takes to win a pot full of cash, you can take your car, irregardless of its class and its power, take it out onto this track for this race and race whoever dares to challenge you. Now this is going to be quite interesting because we're going to have a modified racing against a street stock racing against a tuner. Have we ever had that before?
No, we've had a tuner versus pure stock race. That was, in my opinion, the best race of last year. But this has the potential to be something else.
It's definitely going to be interesting. I don't know how you can say this race is fair when Brad Corpella and Chico Brinster have to go up against a modified.
Well, here's the thing. From what I've heard, in practice races, but practice nights when I was here, Chico Brinster and Brad Corpella were side by side for 3 solid laps.
That's true, they were.
From what I've heard, Chico Brinster was side by side. I forgot what other car. I think he might have said Captor, but I don't remember for sure. It's what he said. I'm sure he's got the words that he'll say coming up after if he wins. But he's the tuner out here. He's confident.
Hey, Thunder, let's ask the audience what they think. So once again, folks, we have 3 cars coming out onto the track for this grudge match.
We have at least 3. I think I see Hilsinger set and staging as well. So that's another tuner.
Okay, well, Brad Corpella in the number 9, who just won the Street Stocks main event. Do we have any Brad Corpella fans in the house? Okay, there are a few, so some people here are rooting for Brad Corpella. What about Chico Brinster in the 51C Silver Nissan? Oh, we got some Chico Brinster fans.
That's not a Nissan. That's a DMC DeLorean.
It's not. Oh, oops.
How about okay? So who thinks that modified? Stephen Captor's going to take it.
I'm going with Stephen Captor, man. I'm sorry. I can't see how you beat a modified when you're in a street stock and a tuner.
See, I think I got my money on, and I'm not putting any money in, but I have my money on Brad Corpella, partially because he just raced the track. I think Scotty Wells has joined the pool.
Oh, yeah, the 51 also looking like he's going to be taking part.
Yeah, one of the things you have to consider is that number 9 Brad Corpella also races in the sportsman division. So his car, while street stock legal, kicks sportsman butt too with his setup. So he's got something. He's got the setup. Does he have the luck? Is part of what it comes to. So I believe this was a random draw for starting locations. I see Greg Brumbaugh over there as well.
So basically, folks, what you are about to witness is a freestyle race. I'm also seeing Jacob Hilsinger in the 18 staging, as well as the 88. Of course, you see Chico Brinster down there. Well, so as I was saying, this is basically going to be a freestyle race. It is not class limited, as previously mentioned. If you are a racer here at River City Speedway, you were allowed to take part in this grudge match. But I don't know if I would have the guts, because again, how do you deal with a modified?
I absolutely would not have the guts.
No, this is almost a very elaborate suicide.
Sorry. I was almost hoping for a dwarf car to come, just because I think it'd be hilarious to see a dwarf car race a modified. I have no idea who would win, but like it'd be a great race.
I tell you what, that would have been a great race. But I think nevertheless we are going to have a great race here, folks. We're getting ready to bring them onto the track. So those of you who are still with us, we greatly appreciate it. A lot of folks have dipped out already, but those of you that are still here, I think, are true racing fans. So thank you so much for sticking it out. We're getting ready for our final race of the match. Who's ready for the grudge match? So coming onto the track first is the 51C of Chico Brinster. We also have Jacob Hilsinger in that orange 19. Brad Corpella in the number 9 as well.
Your outside row is the number 51N of Scott Wells. Number 90, Stephen Captor. And the 88 of Greg Brumbaugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, we got an 8-lap shootout. That's 6 cars, 8 laps. Winner take all. I believe that puts us at about 250, 300, 350, 400 plus winning right now.
My money's on the 90. I said it before, I said it again, my money's on the 90.
With how far up the number 9 car is starting, I think maybe him. It's either 51, 9, or 90 in my opinion.
I don't think Chico has much of a chance.
We'll see.
This will be something else. Lights are out. They're going green this time by.
As they come out of turn 4, let's make some noise because River City Speedway, we are racing! And after lap number 1, Great Scots, it's still a 51C Brinster.
I am shocked at what I'm watching right now, Thunder. This is incredible. I mean, a modified racing against street stocks, tuners, And the lead car is a tuner. That number 90 deploying a tactical smoke screen, by the way.
Yeah, it's one of the differences between pulling around the racetrack and pushing around a racetrack.
Oh, they are 3 wide coming out of turn number 4. Brad Corpella with issues.
It's going to be 90 versus 51C at this rate. 51C does have quite the lead, though.
90 has moved up to second. Now they can open up that horsepower.
It's going to be still quite the race. I am at the edge of my proverbial seat. 90 goes around.
The 90 loses it in turn number 2. We were talking about it all night long, how that turn was messing with people. Oh, my goodness.
Halfway down. Wow, this is something else.
This is nuts.
I love this so much.
Dude, the people who left are missing out. This is great.
Yeah, it's a quick race. I wouldn't know why. Well, supposedly a quick race. I don't know why you wouldn't sit. And I also thought it was going to be 25 laps at first, but.
So the number 90 was the cause of the caution, so it will start from the back of the pack.
I mean, I'm cheesing ear to ear right now. It's not. It's.
This is just something you don't see at racetracks.
Yeah, aside from like the Eagle Eye Challenge or whatever it is.
The 13 people who are still watching us live on the internet are also enjoying this, I'm sure.
All right. Huge advantage to 51C. Remember, in that box, they get to choose the start. There's a big green line on the... There's big green lines on the wall, big green tires in the infield. If you don't know, that's the starting box. Leader on restarts gets to choose when to go, and it's right off the bat. Green flag is out.
51C of Chico Brinster looking to hold on to that lead.
It's currently tuner, street stock, modified, pure stock.
That is nuts.
Corpella's going to look to the inside. Oh, Captor had to check up from Corpella. Now just 2 laps left to go. My goodness.
Man. 2 laps left. Jacob Hilsinger is hanging in there in the number 18. He's in 3rd place right now.
Trying to look to the outside.
All these drivers have got a considerable amount of guts for doing this.
White flag in the air one more time around the track.
Chico Brinster has a huge lead. I don't believe it. He was extremely confident going into this race, and he's going to win it.
Double checkers are in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner, number 51C, Chico Brinster. Followed by Brad Corpella, Scott Wells, Steve Captor, Jacob Hilsinger, Greg Brumbaugh.
What a spectacle.
We're going to nix the interview on this one since we are just about out of time. So, let me go out front for 1 second as I do my wrap-up. Yeah, and thank you guys all for coming out to River City Speedway and spending your Saturday night with us.
Yes, of course, we greatly appreciate it.
Thanks for sticking out through the heat. Again, great racing tonight. This last 8 laps has been quite a wonderful race to watch as a nerd. So, on behalf of the staff and crew here at the Columbia County Racing Association and River City Speedway, thank you. We love you. Drive safe. We'll see you in 2 weeks.